Good morning and welcome back. Today is the 7th of July 2026 and I'm going to go through my pre-market prep as usual. Before we start, I'd like to just see what news could move the market so we know what to expect. Nothing really. We had low volatility news at 8:30 trade balance, and we've got some low volatility news at 10 past 10 economic optimism, whatever that is. And so there's nothing really today that could move the market what we're aware of, unless we get one of those lovely Donald Trump tweets or something. But might as well go straight into looking at charts. Good morning to Mayo, good morning to Craig, welcome back. Appreciate you coming back. 1 second, make sure everything's up and running. Mic's on, yep. I'm going to start off with the weekly time frame on the S&P E-mini futures. We won't look at the monthly, we're already aware of that. We talked about that. We are still sitting in this weekly range, as you can see here, set up, which is kind of sitting inside that head and shoulders pattern. You can clearly see the left shoulder, you can clearly see the head, and you can clearly see the right shoulder. Doesn't have to be as clean as one candle up, one candle down. You know, we've got this region here. So as long as we don't take out the high of that right shoulder, and even then, you know, it's all down to your own interpretation of how these patterns, we are still holding on to that trend. If we were to draw that trend a little bit closer to the pivot, maybe today, maybe we're just seeing a break of that trend. But, you know, we are still well within that zone. I look at zones, I don't really look at levels as such. Even when I draw these lines, I'm looking at the zone. That's the zone there. That's the area there. So while we're within that zone, to me, it's still a right shoulder forming. We got our neckline. Look at our weekly volume as well. We had quite a lot of volume coming in as we sold off. We had average volume on this push up. We talked about this a lot. You know, we don't really expect to see average volume when price is breaking out. We want to see increasing, igniting volume as price takes off. And then we had our first red day. Wasn't a great deal of volume on that as well, but considering the size of the candlestick, you know, one of our first bigger wide range candlesticks for a while, and we just had average volume. Then we had a bottom tail candle, you know, so we know at one point that was all red, that candle. We're slightly above average volume. You could argue and say that's all the buyers coming in here, but we know at some point that was selling in that candle as well. So I'm pretty neutral on that one. And now over the last 4 weeks, we've had reducing volume, which is not a sign. We want to see, if we're going to see a new breakout, we want to see increase in volume as we break out. Maybe we're just resting for a bit. And if we're resting, we might start seeing that pattern, and that's a flag pattern. And then maybe we might look at a break and retest to retest new all-time highs. But let's just see how we go. We are heading into the summer now, and we are getting into that low volume, grindy type plays. We've been seeing that over the last few days. RSI is starting to get back up into the overbought area as well. So let's just monitor that, keep an eye on that. Last time it was overbought, we had a bit of a sell-off. Then we were overbought here slightly, and we had that bigger sell-off. We were a little bit overbought, and we had that red day there, but with not much volume. So we're kind of still hovering around that area. Looking at weekly volume shelves, we're sitting on a small volume shelf right now. That's kind of where we've been holding that left shoulder, area confluence, and the right shoulder. We've got another volume shelf below. We're in that area there. We've kind of been holding that there in 45.50. And then our next real volume shelf, other than that little tiny bit there, it's not until we get back down to that zone. And that's the 7,000, 7,100 area. Let's drop down to the daily. So we're aware of what the weekly's looking like. Am I expecting a rejection? I don't know. But while we're sitting inside this daily range, you know, we're just ranging the highs and the lows of that box. It's going to be a tough trade-in. So for me, I'm just scalping. We are also smack bang inside yesterday's range and inside this last week range as well. So while we're inside that, I'm just focused on scalping only. When we're playing these type of days, when we're breaking out, when we're breaking market structure, I'm looking at range in place. I'm happy to hold a bit longer. When we get back inside these inside days, the compression days, the inside days, that's when I'm scalping. Unless we break out the boxes, then I'm looking for a more of a holding move. And we're kind of inside that kind of compression. We're kind of inside that range, inside day, holding this point of control. sorry, this volume shelf, that area there as well. We do have a volume shelf immediately below as well, big volume shelf, which is this zone up here, and that's 7,450. Keep an eye on that. 7,500 an area we can watch as well. Volume wise, we've been seeing a steady decline of volume, apart from that one big red volume day. Looking up at the candlestick, is that a red candle day? To me, that's a neutral day, even though we've got red volume, red candle, because we've got a neutral candle, topping tail and bottom tail candle. So for me, I'm looking at declining volume, and then buyers and sellers battled it out. Maybe the buyers won that battle, but they're not breaking out as you expect. Look at the reduced volume, less volume than yesterday. So if buyers are in control, we would expect to see higher volume, but they're not. So at the moment, I'm remaining neutral, and I'm remaining scalping until we start breaking out of these trends. Dropping down to the hourly, we'll pick up some levels for today. If you're in the premium Discord, I've just put all my levels in and the reasons behind them. So that's all ready. I'm going to go through some of them briefly now. So there's only a few areas I'm really watching today. I'm watching yesterday's high. Also, it's a big psychological number, 7,600. Notice again, we weren't able to break through that area. We've been there end of last week. When was that? Thursday. Big rejection. Got it again yesterday. Rejected over the post market. And if we go back a few weeks, we had our breakout. Look at that, when we broke out over 6,000. Yay, we're breaking out. And then we sold straight off. But look at the volume. Lack of volume that took that out. Remember I said we're looking for igniting volume at an end of a run. If we had a bit of a kind of consolidation week or something, and then we broke out on increasing volume, that would probably be more beneficial. I would have held that breakout, but we weren't able to hold that breakout for more than 2 days before we had that big sell-off. And then we came back up. Buyers tried to push back through that 76, and the sellers said no, and we sold off. And we're right back up in that zone again now. 7,600 is the area to watch. So for me, I'm watching for a rejection at 7,600 again, a bit like we saw last night. If we see buyers come in and buyers push out, and we see increase in volume on the buyers, so I'm looking at increase in volume, and then if we pull back down into 76 on decrease in volume, then I'm looking for a buy, break and retest along over 7,600. Otherwise, if I'm looking at that range, I'm looking for another reaction like we saw, and then I'm looking for a rejection around that point as well. But I'll be looking for lack of buyers up here on that rejection and increase in sellers. My other area I'm watching for, this is the longer term areas, is at 75.50 area. We've got this massive volume shelf, big area of confluence as well. And look where we've been holding it. Broke through, lost it, held it, and then we held it again, came back, and we've not yet retested. So 75.50, 75.60, 75.55, that area is the area I'm watching on that volume shelf. Big area of confluence as well. Again, we don't really need to see this volume profile on the left hand side, because we can just draw, you know, I've already got a line drawn there anyway, and that's just kind of lets you know where the most touches of these candles are. That's how I kind of eyeball these levels. Basically, I'm looking for areas of confluence where there's the most touches of candles, bodies of candles, wicks of candles, and opening and closing of candles, and then I'll draw my levels in. Generally it coincides with a volume shelf, because kind of what you expect. So I'm watching for a bounce down here, 75.50 area. I've got it marked at 54.75, but that's the area I'm watching. I'll just mark off the two areas. If we see a lot of selling through that area, I'm looking for decrease in volume from buyers. So I want to see increase in sellers come down. Then I want to see decrease volume from buyers as we come back up. And then I'm looking for igniting volume or breaking out volume as we come back down again. That's the break and retest rules I look for. That's the volume profile I look for. So I'm looking for a break and retest at yesterday's low, 75.50. I'm also watching that area for a bounce as well. We held it there yesterday. I'm watching that area for another bounce. ORB plays today. I do prefer the ORB long over pre-market high, 75.87 long into yesterday's high as a target, 7,600 psychological number. If we break that area, come back and retest, we can look for an add. Otherwise, we can keep an eye on a break and retest of 75.71, which is pre-market low. We are riding this 50 moving average. That's why I prefer the long than the short, because we're going with this 50 moving average, slight uptrend. And obviously we're on the upper side of this range as well. That's our midpoint there. So I like seeing the range up in that area. It looks more bullish and bearish. So that's why I prefer to break out over pre-market high than pre-market low. And I think that's pretty much it. Can't see anything else. Obviously, if we break yesterday's high and we break 76, we've got that confidence area 76.45, 76.50 area. You can see all that volume up here. Look at that big volume shelf. Bear in mind, we've only been up that area for 1, 2, 3 days. We've got a lot of volume there. So potentially we might see a reaction up there. Last time we were up there, we lost it, came back, retested it again. And then we came back and retested it again. And happened to form that big weekly right shoulder rejection. And also that's a psychological area as well, because that's where our right shoulder is. And I think that's it for ES. Next up was SPY or SPY. You can clearly see that weekly, daily head and shoulders pattern here. We've not broken that area, drawing the trend line in. We can connect those areas there. You can see that we are kind of in that zone. Are we breaking out? Maybe. But again, I'll use this line as a zone. So I'm not too worried about breakouts. I want to see clear breakout and a clear retest. So looking at levels on SPY. Over pre-market high and below pre-market low, I like them long. 750. We could keep an eye on a bounce area there. We rejected it. Big rejection day before yesterday. We held it yesterday. So let's look for maybe hold 750 again for the long. We do have that volume shelf, big area of confidence at 754. Keep an eye on yesterday's high. We might see a reaction there again. But this is that big area. I like this zone here for a reaction. So drawing in this trend line, taking in the most touches, that area there. And we are still, while we're holding that trend line, I like it for longs. But if we come back and break and retest, look for a reaction short. So 750 is key area, longs above, shorts below. SPX. We've got 7,600 above. We've not been there for some weeks. And we've got 7,400 below. We've not been there for a couple of weeks. And then we're smack bang. We're holding that 74. We gapped up through it yesterday, day before, retested it. And then we haven't come back to retest. So keep an eye on 7,500 for a bounce. Keep an eye on a break over yesterday's high long into 75 or 7,600, 7,580. NASDAQ, red today, unlike ES, which ES is neutral. NASDAQ is kind of holding that trend line. Let's just draw that trend line in again. That's our head. That's the touches there, just roughly there. That's our trend line. That's our right shoulder. Not quite as defined as ES. We got our 30,000 psychological number. We said yesterday, watch that for a reaction and look at that for a reaction. We're now right back at this point of control, this volume shelf. We've been holding this zone now for some weeks. So the key area now, are we going to bounce in this zone? If so, keep an eye on 29,300, 29,400. Keep an eye on pre-market low also for a bounce. Bottom tails, we came into this zone. So this is where there's liquidity and that's where the volume is. So watch anywhere in this zone for a potential bounce. If you want confirmation, I'll be looking for a break of this downtrend line. Let's just draw it again. Break that downtrend line. Confirmation would be a break and retest on the upper side of that downtrend. Again, I don't trade SPX. I don't trade, sorry, SPX. I do trade NQ. I'll be looking for a break over pre-market high long. Again, I was going to say SPX. I don't trade SPX. I've just popped into my head. I use this as confirmation. So I know some people do trade SPX, but I like to see if we're heading into 7,600 or volume shelves, then I do not want to be taking longs into that. If we're heading down into 75, I do not want to be taking shorts into that unless we clear those levels. And again, keep an eye on SPX when we're trading NQ because they do kind of go hand in hand, although there is a little bit of weakness to NQ right now. We're slightly green, was neutral on ES. On NQ, we're 1% down at the moment. So we are seeing relative weakness. And you can see some rotation later. I think I saw gold was breaking out. So maybe as we sell off here, gold breaks out. ORB plays, if we get below 29,600, where we are right now, I like if I break and retest short. Keep an eye on that previous days, a couple of days ago low. If we retest yesterday's low, I like that for a break and retest short as well. But I'll consider anywhere in that area. So a break and retest of yesterday's low all the way up to that 30,000. So I'm looking pretty bearish on this one, bearish neutral. So I'm looking for a rejection up here. I'm looking for a rejection up here. I will consider a break and retest a pre-market high into that zone. I'm looking for a rejection at yesterday's high as well to hold that trend line. And then I'm looking for a break and retest short or pre-market low. So it's pretty bearish on this one today. But it's the opposite to ES. ES is looking a little bit more bullish. But, you know, scalping, we are inside the range. So just beware of that. QQQ. We're right on this volume shelf. We're right on that. We've got two volume shelves and the point of control is a bit further down. Yesterday's low. Keep an eye on 710. That's where we bounced a few days ago. 700 is a psychological number. Notice how we tried to get through twice, 3 times and couldn't. So let's see what happens if we get a reaction at 700 again. Apart from that, we filled the gap. We might see a bit of a bounce around here. For me, if we retest yesterday's low, 720 area, 721, I like it for a short. Otherwise, I like break and retest a pre-market low under this point of control. We know that's where lots of previous volume was. Oil next. This is looking green today. Are we starting to see a change of structure? Not really. We're holding that trend line. We're kind of fanning out. That's our trend line there. We are slowing down though. We are not getting the steep decline as we had recently. We could say this is $70 could be the bottom possibly on this move. I'm not seeing a inverse head and shoulders pattern. Maybe that's the first signs of one. We could see something like that set up. For me, if we get over pre-market high, we'll be clearing 70. I like it for a break and retest long into 77. Otherwise, if we lose yesterday's low, I like it short. We're in a very narrow range at the moment, so nothing else for that for me. Gold. Look at this. This is looking good. I like to see this. We're retesting this trend line. So we've got a trend line. We held 4,000. So we know that's a solid place. If we fall back down, keep an eye on that for a bounce. For me, a break and retest over 70, over 41, over 4,200. I like that long. We're breaking that trend line and I like the break and retest of this previous highs. We've got some topping tails there, so we may see a reaction there. Let's see what happens if we get over 4,200. Otherwise, I do like the bounce back down at pre-market low. Yesterday's low is a bit of a volume shelf, an area of confidence pivots, and I like that zone. 141.35 for a bounce. Do I like shorts? If we get below pre-market low, I like it short. We could also reject that trend line, so maybe we can watch for a scalp. RTY, we've got 9 minutes to go. RTY is looking a bit yucky at the moment, sitting inside that range. If we can get over yesterday's high, maybe we can retest the top end of that range, around 3,600. Otherwise, if we lose pre-market low, yesterday's low, we might be able to retest that 3,000 again. So maybe look for ORBs or break and retest a pre-market high, pre-market low only. YM is looking more bullish. Look at this, we're holding this trend line. This looks good. So for me, I like the bounce at pre-market low. Yesterday's high, that's a break and retest of a previous day's high. So keep an eye on 53,400 down to 53.30 for a bounce. Otherwise, if we sell off, I quite like, oh, wrong button. If we sell off, I quite like the bounce off this trend line. Big area of confidence in this zone. 53,000 psychological number as well. Keep an eye on that. That's probably the only plays I like. Maybe if we break trend line, we can look for a break and retest short into those zones. And then finally, Bitcoin. We can clearly see where the volume shelf is. We've got a big volume shelf at the bottom holding at 60,000. We have got another volume shelf sitting at 70,000. 2 big psychological numbers as well. Here's our trend line. We're kind of just breaking it. Are we going to be putting in a new low or new high? I don't know. Why have I got those numbers? I don't matter. I'll put that out. Is this a head and shoulders pattern right now at an end of an uptrend? I'm not sure. But let's keep an eye on a breakout over yesterday's high long. Over 64, 67 is our target. Otherwise, if we break this trend line, look below pre-market low, target in 62,000. We can watch 62 for a bounce. There's a bit of a confidence area there. In fact, the only place I like is 60 really for a bounce. So just be wary of them. I'm not sure why those numbers are on my screen. Today's high. Show labels. There we go. Done. Get rid of the price. That's what's annoying me. Okay, so that's what I like on Bitcoin, and that's pretty much it really. We are still in this downtrend. We're holding that trend line there. So maybe we can look for rejections at 70,000. Notice how the point of control runs through that, the trend line runs through it, and there's a psychological number, 70,000. So maybe X marks the spot just there. Keep an eye on that for a potential reaction. And that is pretty much everything. We're looking pretty neutral today. Be one button. There you go. Large orders then. Let's look at large orders. 7,700 above, 7,560 below at the moment. So nothing really nearby. Maybe 7,560. Yesterday's low. That's an area we said we'll keep an eye on anyway. Move that out of the way. Make sure my copy is turned on. I'm glad I checked that everything's turned off. A little bit annoying. Why does it do that? I think that's set up. 73, 74. So I picked up a couple of the 250k accounts on Apex recently. They're on sale. I think it was $17 for a 250k account. So I'm just setting up my copier. So because it's a bigger account, I trade for my 50k account usually. I've just got that copying 3 times the amount. So if I buy 3 contracts of ES, it will copy 9 contracts into those bigger 250k accounts. And I'm being ultra cautious of my paid accounts as well. I'm just downsizing, I'm crossing that. So if I buy 3 contracts of ES, I'm crossing it. So I'm going to buy MES, but times 3. So I buy 9 contracts of MES. So I'm just got 1/3 difference. I trade off my SIM account and I copy that from my SIM to all my accounts. I've also added today my paid TradeZella account. I notice it's not on there. Let's add that in as well. Hopefully, yeah, running on my other machine. And I've also got my Top Step account, so I trade several accounts at the same time, several different brokers. So Cumulative Delta Divergence, you can see a bit of a divergence on my screen. Bottom right corner is a divergence. This is a 2-minute chart, and this is the CVD or the Cumulative Delta Divergence. You can see price was selling off, Delta wasn't. And then one of our strategies is to buy the breakout of price when we see a green candle, and that would that have worked? Maybe, probably not. I would have probably waited. So what time would that have been? 9, just after 9. So what happened just after 9? No, it would have been a tough long. It wouldn't have got 10 ticks. But normally I'll wait. I don't do it during market. I only do it during normal market hours anyway. But that's our first divergence. And then price and Delta were in line with each other. Delta is now selling off, but price is putting in higher highs and higher lows. Look at that. So now we're having a bit of a Delta divergence again. So potentially, if we see price break that low on the open, I'm going to look and see where the opening candle is. That generally sets up for the rest for the quick scalp. But we've got a green candle coming in now, so we've taken out that. So the Delta divergence play is not in. I always think price generally follows Delta, like we saw here. Price is selling off, Delta's rising, and then price is pushing in. So maybe this is a Delta play long. This is just too small a time frame, too localized. But we'll see how it develops. But if we can get over this 5-minute 200 and this 5-minute 50 and clear that red candle, maybe we can watch for a long into pre-market high on the open. Let me just put my ORB candle buttons on. But NASDAQ, don't forget, showing more relative weakness than ES right now. Just look at comments. Good morning, Sonny. I think I've already said good morning to Craig and Mayo. Market opens in 30 seconds, less than 20 seconds. So look at the order flow here. Big positive delta, smaller negative, a positive delta, and then a small negative if you're comparing it to the previous deltas. Small positive and a bigger positive on a red candle. So sellers came in, but there was no real follow through. So it might be good for a long potentially. Look at the delta as well. The buyers are coming in right now. I'm watching for a long on the open. See what the opening candle gives us. And we're getting a red candle, bottom tail candle. We've got a delta flip, big positive delta on this candle, but look at the delta, red delta. If that delta turns green, I might be interested in a long. Got volume coming in. Here we go, bottom tail candle and the delta candle, so it's going green now. I'm actively looking for a long, waiting for a pullback. Here we go, it's our first pullback. Looking for a long. Positive delta on that red candle, so this looks good for a long. Look at the delta. So I'm going to go long here on the green. It was green. Maybe I anticipated it, but I'm long. Looking on green delta, lack of sellers. And then as I say, that seller's coming in. I've been tagged out. Still like the long here. I probably should have waited for the break of that red candle. I'll be happy to add one back in if I have to. But only one on green. Look at that, massive big 1,000 delta with no follow through. So this doesn't look good for longs at the moment. I'm just going to hold, see where this candle ends. Look at that big green delta. Sellers are definitely absorbing this area. If we're going to break out, we're going to break out now. Otherwise, it's selling off. Massive negative delta. The buyers are holding this area now. So I'm looking to add to my, if we break out over 75.86, I'm looking to add my one back in again. Buyers are coming in. No, look at that massive negative delta with no more buyers. So I'm looking to add over 86. So I'm back in the green on this trade. Let's just see where buyers come in. So I'm adding now. So I've got my one contract back. Positive delta, this looks good for the long now. Are we going to see the buyers take control? I'm probably do I like it long? I mean, do I see a reaction here? Possibly. We're at pre-market high, so this could be a tough area to break through. Are we going to break pre-market high? Big positive green candle. Massive amount of buyers coming in now. Come on then, buyers. If you're here, well, you're here. Let's see you take out pre-market high. Although I'm not a big fan, I don't like going into pre-market high long into that, so maybe I should have waited. And look at this. We've got big buying candle. I still like the long. Let's just see what happens. Oh, do you know what? I forgot to put my 10 tick stopping. I've got my stop anyway down here at 20 ticks. Sellers are coming in now, so that play I don't like now, and I'm out. So just make sure I'm definitely out of everything. Yeah, so it took a slightly larger 1 hour loss because I forgot. I got too stuck in that long, and I forgot to put my 10 tick stop back in. I left it at 20 ticks. It's automatic anyway. It looked good. We're breaking that 2-minute structure as well. Probably should have taken something off at pre-market high, and I should have known better really. I talked so much about not going long into market structure, you know, pre-market levels, and look what happened. We rejected it. The real play would have been the break and retest a pre-market high. But it looked good. All this buyers came in, and we had the big sellers sitting there. And then even when we were having a red candle, we only had a small negative candle. That's why I was happy to wait and see what happened. And then we had a big negative delta on that candle, and we didn't have any follow through, but we did on this candle. So the buyers took control temporarily, and then sellers said, no, we're in control. So if we break this 15-minute uptrend, which we are just about to, I'm happy to flip my bias now. Like I said, I was a neutral bias only today. We got pre-market low immediately below, so I won't be going short into that level. Big top and tail candle. What is NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ tried and failed as well. So this is the first pullback we've had. This is not a good sign. We're getting negative down on a green candle, so it still looks pretty weak. There's no doubt flip. I might look for a short now. I'm going to go short as it breaks pre-market low. Look at this delta now. The buyers tried, but the sellers took control. On this one, I want to try and get short as quickly as I want to try and get break even as quickly as I can, as it's my second trade. Common sellers, you're there. I can see you. Look at all that selling delta. NASDAQ's looking weak as well. That's selling off. Here we go. Are we going to get that 10 tick? I like waiting for the first pullback. This is probably what I should have waited for earlier. Are we going to break down? We did break pre-market low, and we're holding it. So I'm going to get, look at that, only 8 aggressive buyers at the low. Let me just zoom in. It's a tough market right now, but it's not convincing for a long at the moment. 8 buyers at the low. We've got buyers coming in right now. Sellers are definitely holding this area. Again, probably I went short into a pre-market low. I was waiting for it to, I did actually do it when it took out pre-market low. So not the best of trades, 2 in a row. A big aggressive buyers coming in now, but there's no follow through just yet. I'm not a big fan though. Here we go, and I'm out. That's 2 trades, I'm done. I might try and find a better scalp later. That's really difficult. Price action. This is probably the short we're looking for now. Did I rush in? I probably rushed into this one. This one here, I normally wait for the first pullback, and it pulled back and break and retest a pre-market low, and it failed that as well. What was it 71.50? 71.50, yeah, exactly where it was. So to make sure I'm out of everything. I'm definitely out of everything. That's good. That's it. I'm going to wait now. I'm going to wait until we get outside of these regions. There's no news today. Look at that. Lack of buyers, negative delta. We've got a big first 5-minute ORB candle. So I still like the short underneath here. So we're breaking pre-market low again. So if we break it, come back up and retest it, I'm going to be looking for another short. But I'm going to wait for as much confirmation as possible. What have we got around? We do have the 50 moving average. And we do have a psychological number coming up. Oh no, we don't. Sorry, I misread the chart. Okay, only small. Here we go. I'm looking for the short now. Under 75.70. Look at that. And small positive delta on this green candle. And that's again the break-in and the retest of pre-market low. So I'm going to wait. Another small negative delta. So lack of buyers down here right now, which is a good sign. Craig says down 1k, messed up today, was so close to passing. Unfortunately, that's what happens. I don't know what size account you're using, but 1,000 sounds quite like a lot if it's a 50k account. That's like 1/3 of your account size, what you can use. I'm down about 300, 400, I think, on my paid account. So I like the short now. I'm looking for the short now. I was a bit late in, but here we go. This is a break and retest of pre-market low. Just scalping it, and look at all that aggressive selling. Big sellers coming in, but no buyers. I mean, buyers coming back in as well. This is hard, really hard. So I'm probably going to walk after this trade if it doesn't work out, because I just can't judge the market, and I'm about to stop out for a third stop in a row. I haven't hit my stop yet. We've got sellers coming in. It's just really difficult. And am I going to prolong my pain, or is it going to just turn here? Holding this area, and I'm out. There you go, I'm done. Walking away, about $600 down on my paid account, that is. Make sure I'm out of everything. Yeah. That was a hard trading. Just didn't want to go whichever direction. As soon as we see this, lack of buyers, we saw that originally, and then aggressive sellers coming in, and we just couldn't get past that pre-market low again. We broke through it and immediately bounced out of it. So NASDAQ looks weak as well on the order flow. It's just time to sit back and just watch. One second. What is that? there's a strange transaction pop up on my phone, which I don't recognise. So we've got buyers coming in now. Price breaking. Delta's not breaking yet. Looking at the others, Dow Jones is bottom tail. Russell 2000, big red solid candle with a topping tail. Bitcoin selling off a bit. Gold is putting in a green candle. Oil's putting in green. SPX, big topping tail and then selling off. And then coming back again. NASDAQ, kind of at pre-market low now. Looking slightly weaker than ES. But this looks better for a long right now again. This is that original play, what we was watching earlier. How about that for a 15-minute indecision candle? Talk about being chopped up. That's what exactly happened to me. Big topping tail, big bottom tail. That's really chopped up. Here we go, selling off now. Looks good for buyers, and then sellers come in. We've got a delta flip here. Big green delta, and then we had a big negative delta. Lack of sellers, lack of buyers, I meant. On the next candle, big 405. Still not convinced. Tough trading today. Lack of buyers on that pullback. Big negative delta, and then a small negative, and then a big buying imbalances. Still in that zone. Probably should have stuck to my rule and not trade in that zone. just sit back and just watch what's going on for now. Look at comment. Craig says, I'm so sad I was close to passing. Market is bad. I'm giving up on trade. I just ruined weeks of progress in eval. I was close to passing. It's a tough day, and I wouldn't give up, because then you'll be one of the statistics, 95% or 90% of traders quitting. You need to just sit down and look at your trading today and find out why. You need to be critical. You need to write it down in a journal. In fact, in the Discord, why don't you just write down your journal and post it in the Discord, and then for accountability, put that in, and myself, anyone else, and then might be able to review it as well. But you let emotions take control, not your trading. Obviously, you're capable because you passed and you were close to passing as well. So, like I said, I've been in that boat so many times where I just want to quit. But you just keep going and going and going, because you know, you've seen the light at the end of the tunnel. You know what could happen. Literally, this is life-changing reward for the amount of time you're going to dedicate to what you're doing. So I see a $1,000 down day as a challenge rather than as a break or a break-in point. So I would personally stop trading, take a break this week, back test your trades, simulate trade as well. Just take the same trade over and over and over on simulator. You know, I had 3 losing trades in a row, and it's demoralizing. I've had 20 losing trades in a row before, but I still don't believe in giving up, because if your edge is right, it's not your edge, it's not your trading, it's probably your emotions. So you let emotions take control today. And you're letting emotions control you right now when you say I'm quitting trading. That's emotional comment, not a what's the word I'm looking for? The opposite, mechanical response. You know, the actual response would be, I'm going to stop trading today and I'm going to look at my trades individually, the red trades, and work out where I went wrong, what I can do to improve. That's how I see it anyway. And then you want to write down your risk management and have it in front of you. Maybe have a reset after every trade. You take a trade, you lose, get up from your chair, have a walk, go and get a glass of water, come back down, sit back down, and then repeat. And do that every time you lose a trade. Probably every time you win a trade as well, because then it just gives you time away from the screen, gives you time. You're not jumping in, you're not revenge trading. You know, I will evaluate my 3 trades today. The first one, I said it straight away, I may have jumped in too early and I anticipated. And I don't like anticipation trades because I like confirmation, and I got in too early. I got greedy. That's my emotional response, greed. I got in early. This one here. I should have got in on the break of that candle. I probably would have got in and it probably would have stopped me out anyway. But the point is, I got in too early and I anticipated the trade, and that was a stop. My second one, I read the market okay. I saw lots of sellers coming in, massive amount of selling. I waited for the break of that pre-market low as well, and maybe it was a little bit of revenge trading, maybe a bit of FOMO, but you know, I read it right. It stopped me out, so be it. My third trade, was there a third trade? I think there was. Short trade free. Yeah, here we go, that one. My third trade, again, probably my second trade was probably more revenge trading, trying to make back my loss, because I still read it okay. And my third one I read okay, but it just stopped me out. It is what it is. The market's hard today, hard to read. Lack of follow through. You go short, you get stopped out. You go long, you get stopped out. Now you could go short. Now I still like the short. I like the ORB, which the ORB is now in. This could be the breaking candle, by the way. We've got a minute and a half left. If we've got a bigger red candle, volume candle, and then we could look for an ORB short. I'll still watch that. Ron says, risk management seems to be one of the most valuable lessons I've learned, and sometimes I still mess up on management. Exactly. So I would focus less on your strategy and more on your risk management. Okay. Ron summed up in a sentence what I summed up in about 20 minutes. So we've got an ORB, official ORB breaking bar on NASDAQ right now. And potentially one on ES if we close below. We may not close below. We've got 10 seconds left. And is it slightly higher volume? Slightly higher on trading view. Oh, it's a teasy one. I do like this for short. Again, if I'm going short, it's a scalp. I've taken the NASDAQ short, by the way. Only because that looks weaker. Just been triggered in. Do I like the ORB on this? We've also had a break and retest of ORB in this candle. 75.69 is the low. The midpoint 78, and the high point is also pre-market high. So lack of sellers, buyers come in. Yeah, it's a tough one. I do like it short though. I'm going to look for a short now. So I'm looking for an ORB short right now. So I'm officially in. Oh, I think one of my eval accounts is just. A couple of my eval accounts have just blown on those last two trades I did. It's an annoying bug on NinjaTrader. I've reported it. So I'm now short on this ORB. I'm also short on NASDAQ on my top step. Just doing okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, a couple of my evals blue by the looks of it. No, that was one. That's because they're the ones I sized up on as well on my 250k. The $17 ones on Apex. So the Orb is doing okay on. I kind of break even on NASDAQ right now. There you go. So I've just blown an eval account, and I just lived, but I don't care. It's one of those things. And that was on purpose. You only get 30 days. Apex now encourages you now to oversize to make sure you pass it within 30 days. So this ORB is doing okay at the moment. We're going to get the buyers and sellers come back in again. Delta's looking good, putting in lower lows and lower highs. It's in line with price. Look at this. As I say that, buyers come back in on a low volume, so I'm not too worried about that. It's only 400 contracts down there. Not many buyers. So I'm just about to hit my first target. Oh, what's my NASDAQ doing? I forgot to check that one. Oh, that's doing really well. So, and here we go. So we had big volume candle then at the low. Is it gonna, are we gonna go with the delta? $9,550. So the orb, we're right back at the break even area on the orb at the moment. And I'm out. That's it, done. The orb scalp didn't work for me as well today. Really tough day. Sorry, just look at something else. But the NASDAQ's doing okay still. That's got more relative weakness. Look at that. Talk about get stopped out of the high. It's going to sell off now. We know it. So my NASDAQ's up $320. And I took the same ORB. In fact, I added in a little tiny bit. I got in a little bit earlier because I took the break out of the orb. I use a 15-minute chart for this. As it broke through the volume shelf, I look at volume shelves. So here, that's my volume shelf I was watching. So as it broke down, came back out, I waited for it to break down below that pivot there, and I got in. So that's where I am at the moment, doing okay. So that one is a different strategy. Frustrating day, but it is what it is. I'm done now. I've taken one more trade than I would normally want to. I always go for the orb break and retest. Probably need to work on giving it a bit more space. Because look where I got stopped out. Right, literally got stopped out there. What? Not the official orb stop is at 75.77. So I'm using the same orb on NASDAQ. So my stop on NASDAQ would be 29,540. So I've got to give myself more. So that's why I use a 15-minute, gives myself a bit more space. Tough day. So I've ignored the comments. So Craig says, just blew my account, was so close to passing. Ron says, hang in there, Craig. Yeah, I do. So Craig, I quit, I failed. I'm sorry, Paul, I quit. I'm an idiot. So I would probably this failing and losing is part of trading, unfortunately. Oh, here you go. Ron just says that. Failing is part of trading. It can be discouraging. So sorry. 11 days of good risk management. I blew it all today. Yeah, I agree with Ron. You're not an idiot. This thing happens even to the best. I've read stories of world-class traders who has been trading well for 3-4 years, and then January, February, March this year, when it got really tough, they blew their accounts. You know, and they're blowing millions and millions and millions of dollars. So I wouldn't be discouraged by it. You just need to look at your risk management, because for me, 4 trades in a day is over trading, and I'm probably down about $700 now. So whereas if I had 4 winning trades, that'd be about $4,000. It's about making sure you have higher red days and lower green, higher green days, lower red days. But you know, blowing an account is definitely not worth quitting over. You just need to take it on the chin, learn from it, and move on, because that's trading. And if I was going to quit every time I blew an account, or blew the paid account, I blew 2 evals today. So there you go. But I don't care. I've blown evals where I've been within $1, or not even less than $1 from passing, and I just made that one more trade. And you're probably feeling this now, Craig. This is probably exactly the same. Just that one more trade and I'll pass, and I've ended up blowing it the same day. So I've been there loads of times. And yeah, I've done my 4 trades. I've had 4 losing trades in a row today. It just didn't work for me. So I'm done, personally. Today I'll watch the market. I'll comment on the market. I've still got my winning NASDAQ trade though. That's sitting around $300 at the moment. So I've got something out today. I need to put a target in. I'm going to be looking for about 29,200. That's roughly 2R. A bit under 2R. On that 15 minute. What is it on my 5 minute? One second, I can let you know what my target is. Yeah, about that. 1.5R. 29,250. So that's what I'm looking at. 29,250, 29,200. That's what I'm targeting on NASDAQ for my orb. That's about 1.5R. And treating it as an inside day. And NASDAQ looks a bit weaker today as well, so I'll probably have a better short than ES. ES is just difficult at the moment. So look at this, how annoying that I literally got whipped out, and I would be in profit right now. That is my out there, 75.70, and again, a stop's a stop. So I'll just reset my rhythmic. Craig says he's blown over 9k on evals. Well, I won't go into how much money I've spent on evals then over a few years. I was not anymore. I was averaging about $900 to $1,000 a month on evals. That's renewals. I was trading 20 at a time. I don't know why I was doing that. It just felt better trading 20 at a time, and they're all being copied as well. So if I lost one, I'd lose it on everything. So what's that, about £600 in the UK a month? So, but you just got to keep going. Buy one eval and just stick to your base hit trades. Just build it up. But we don't talk like that. We don't say we're failures. We don't say I'm a loser, I'm a failure, or anything like that. Because, that's not the mindset we want. We're all winners, and we win at our own rate. Whether it takes 1 year or 5 years, it doesn't matter. But it's just doing it right, controlling the emotions. And that's why I'm not a big fan of paper trading, because you don't have real emotional controls. That's why I think eval and using Apex evals is great, because you've got a bit of money in the game, so you're not doing it emotionless. See, that's my 20 tick, that's my 20-30 tick now. So it's frustrating. Look at that. Big red aggressive selling coming in. And we got a follow through. So my short idea was brilliant, spot on. I was just timed it badly. ORB's working perfectly, by the way, on both NASDAQ. So 1R, by the way, is yesterday's low. So it's not a bad target to have on ES if you're in the ORB short. All I see is red everywhere at the moment. Red NASDAQ, red ES, red S&P 500, red Dow Jones, red Russell, red, oh no, Bitcoin is neutrally-ish, around pre-market low. Red on gold. And crude oil, however, is green. So I'm not sure if there's something happening. Oh, I lost my level 2. Hang on. Maybe there's something happening somewhere. Oh, I know. It's because I'm connected to my trader rate, not my Apex. How about that? You're coming into 1R on the ORB now. So hopefully somebody here took that. So I got in on the NASDAQ one today because I saw it was more, showed more relative weakness than strength. ES was also annoying me as well because it just couldn't read it properly. Just waiting for my level 2 to come back. Oh, just how if I reconnect. How strange is that? I just disconnected my Apex. It won't let me reconnect. My computer's got risk management built in. It's saying, nope, I deny you. Oh, look at that. Breaking through yesterday's low. Trade of 8. Apex. Ooh. Right, I'm just going to restart. There's something funny going on. I think it's NinjaTrader because I've got a multi-broker. I've added 2 brokers in today. So I've got my Trade of 8 in there and I've got my Apex in there. And so I just wanted to test that out. Just waiting for it to shut down. Apologies for this. So going back to the live chat, which I've just closed by accident as well. If you are you still here, Craig? I would send me a message on the Discord, and maybe we can work on a plan going forward. Because I get lots of messages on Discord. I don't know. I don't normally respond to any of them, but just put just put YouTube live as the first 2 words in the message, and I'll see that. Because if I don't get that, I'll probably ignore it with all the other messages. I even get myself trying to message myself, fake Paul Betteridges. Ooh, wow, what happened there? I get myself messaging myself, fake Paul Betteridges or fake Paul B's. I've got another Discord at iFixTech, fake iFixTech as well, messaging me, trying to sell myself Bitcoin. I've yet to buy for myself, but I do get it. So I do get a lot of messages. If you get anyone message you, then ignore it. It's not from me, okay? Just this is to everyone. I don't know what's wrong with people doing that. There's something funny going on. I've also got some good news. I've started to move my PC stuff around, so I'm going to be reinstalling this machine pretty soon. Give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to do a quick reboot, and then I'll reload my Discord. And the ORB was so close to a target, by the way. You'll probably see my screen go off saying no stream, but don't go anywhere. I will. I'm back. Apologies for that. I'm just reloading up my NinjaTrader. So one of my next jobs is to completely wipe and reload my machine. I've got a dedicated machine for my coding and my other stuff, so this will be dedicated for trading only, so I'm not sharing it. So I'm just waiting for my NinjaTrader to load. So and I'm not quite sure what happened. My NinjaTrader just crashed, and I thought sometimes it's just quicker to restart my machine. So it's not an old machine, but I just do so much on it. I use it for development. I use it for trading, development, coding, testing out everything, testing out indicators I build. There you go, another scammer on Discord. I'm just logging in now. Trying to get you to go to a WhatsApp group. So if you see any rogue posts about WhatsApp, I would avoid. They're just trying to scam you. It's sad, isn't it? All these people go out of their way. I've got some here we go. I'll show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like. I get these notifications. I set up a I've got like a spamming bot which blocks spammers, and then I can just ban them. So people trying to basically take your hard-earned money. Right. Connected to both my TradeZella and my Apex, which is good. It's working now. It wasn't working a minute ago. Right, that's on my Discord, so apologies, Craig. To see if there's a message. Is it a direct message you sent me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It says John on here. I probably would never have seen that. YouTube live. Okay, that's fine. I know you are now. Craig Carter. Yeah. Okay. Or John. Don't beat yourself up over it. Who cares? It's just an eval account. Doesn't matter whether you're 1 cent from passing or 100 cents from passing or $1. And the fact is, you got to that point in the first place. You'll get back to it in the next place. So I wouldn't even fret about it. It's not even worth. The only thing you need to go and think about is the red trades today. I would look at every single trade. Here's an action plan. Look at every single trade. Look at your entry, your exit, and while you're thinking about it right now is a really good time to journal, because you've got all those emotions. Put what emotions you were thinking. Were you greedy? Did you have FOMO? Were you trying to push it to pass? Write all this down and then journal that. Send me a message then on Discord. In fact, I've been thinking about doing this a while, but I've got a few paid members in there, but I'm looking to open it up a little bit as leave it open for 6 months just to build it up and get a lot of feedback as well. So I'll add you, and anyone else who wants access to the Discord, give me a shout, send me a message in the general. I'll put a message here. Free 6 months access to Discord. Reply back here. There you go. And then reply back, and then I will add you in. I've got a code you can add so you can purchase it, and it will give you free access. I want to build it up. I've got loads of ideas I want to, and at the moment it's a very small community, but good to get more people on it. There's also a mental toughness and risk management section, and that's what I was going to redirect you towards. So I'll add that in a minute. That's just my reminder. So I'm just managing my NASDAQ trade at the moment. That's doing really well. I think I'm up over $1,000 on that, which is okay. I'm just going to let that run. I've got my target set, and I'm going to be trailing the 15-minute pivots as well. So I've got a trail set to 29,386, and that's hit the 1.5R target now, by the way. So going over to this is where I run the algos. That's the entry there on ES. For some reason, ES didn't take it. Why was that? Because the volume wasn't more than 5% greater than the previous candle, but that was technically a breaking candle, and it's hit target. NASDAQ was an easy one, much more volume, and that's just hit target on the last 5-minute candle as well. So both of these would have worked. technically my algo didn't take that because it's looking for a bigger volume, but it's higher volume than the previous candle. It depends on how you look at it. So that's another ORB. It worked yesterday, it worked today. Honestly, these ORBs are great and moves me to my ORB guide. I think I mentioned it before. ORB playbook is on Amazon, and it goes through exactly the reasons why I take these trades. So look it up, do a search for the ORB playbook on Amazon, and for $15 it's a bargain, because just taking that one play today you would have made back well more than $15. So I'm going to call it a day. It's 3:30 here. My kids are coming in from school. I'm still in NASDAQ. That's doing exceptionally well at the moment. I'm a bit disgruntled with my trading today. I took one long and 3 shorts, and I still got stopped out. How does that work? I don't know. But here we go. That's how it is. Was it 3 shorts? Yeah, 1 short. I went long there. I went short and I went short. Yeah, 3 shorts, 1 long, which went a little bit in green and then stopped me out. No follow through. And then there's 2. How do you get stopped out on shorts when the market's doing this? Yeah, no, tell me. But, you know, I'm not overly fussed. I don't really care, because I think I played the right things. My execution was just out. So it's something I'm going to work on. It was a scalpy day as well, and I probably should have waited until it broke pre-market low each time. Clearly broke. Look at that. That there, I got in on that candle there, 9.55. I should have waited for the 10.05 candle. That would have been a clear cut break and retest. And again, that is how it is, and that's trading. So am I annoyed? A little bit. Do I care? Not really. Will it affect my trading tomorrow? Definitely not. So, because I spent a long time getting my emotions in check. And you know, I blew 2 eval accounts today. They were my 250k accounts. I just double checked because I sized up on them, massive, big sized up. So each trade, I've forgotten that the you got a $6,000 drawdown and a 15,000 target. So I miscalculated my sizing up on that. I like to size up enough so I get at least 5 or 6 trades, and I only got about 3 losing trades out of that. So not good. But I'll work on that. That's another aspect of my training I'm working on. And I'm working flat out on trying to convert these eval accounts, especially those 250. I just bought a new 250 account to replace the 2 I just blew. And I'm going to size up slightly differently. And, you know, my win rate is about 70% roughly. So apart from the last couple of weeks, it's been a tough couple of weeks. So 70%, I'm going to work out what I need, which will cover me if I have a few losing trades in a row as well. And that's it. That's my plan for today. But I'm calling it a day. Oh, Sonny says, do kids not get summer holidays there? They do in the UK in 2 weeks' time, I believe. So they get 6 weeks off over the summer. So it's from mid-July and they go back September. And then when I was a kid, I just think it was such a long holiday, but it goes quick when you're an adult. So Sonny, what about you? Are you from the US? You have a long summer break as well, don't you? Or do you have a long spring break? But anyway, I'm going to be back tomorrow. Usual time, 9 a.m. here in the 9 a.m. Sonny says kids here get 2 months. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we get 6 weeks in the UK, but I believe oh, that's Canada. I believe don't you in Canada only get like shorter breaks throughout the year? I think the UK. I think in the UK, the kids get 2 weeks at Easter, 2 weeks at Christmas, 6 weeks at summer. And then between all of them, they get 1 week between Christmas and Easter, 1 week between Easter and summer, and then 1 week between when they go back September and Christmas. So they get quite a bit of time off. 212 says, good morning, just got to his desk. Any nice trades? The only good trade today was my NASDAQ. My actual scalping was not great. I had 4 losing trades in a row, 1 long losing trade, and can you believe on the market I lost 3 short trades. It is how it is. So there you go. Tough. My idea was correct, but my execution was wrong and my timing was out a bit as well. So there you go. How can you lose on 3 losing trades when the market sells off, but it happens. So again, I'm not overly fussed about it. It just happens. So Sonny says 1 week during March, 2 weeks during Christmas. Okay, so similar. You're welcome, Sonny. 2 on 2, yeah, definitely a tough morning. So, but I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate everyone. If you did have a losing day, just concentrate on the losing trades while you did it. So, and I'm going to be journaling my trades in a few minutes, and then I'm going to be enjoying the summer in the sun. It's lovely outside, really hot. Okay, see you tomorrow. Appreciate everyone. Thank you for watching. Trade safe. Remember, A+ setups only. Easier said than done, I know. Okay, I will leave the screen on for half an hour or so, and then it will go back to my normal, and I'll just turn off the stream. But again, appreciate everyone. Have a good day.